I've spent some of my happiest memories growing up in the temple, so I'm honoured to be here to present a piece to you from the classical form of Odissi. So Odissi is an ancient classical Indian dance form that originates from the state of Orissa, the land of Jagannath. I have been lucky to be learning Odissi since 2009, and I've been with my current dance guru, Monica Singh Sangwan, under the Soha Masmi School since 2016. If you guys enjoy your daily Nrsimha prayers, you'll recognise the verse Tavakara Kamalavare, which is part of Jayadev's Gita Govinda. So today I'll be presenting a piece of Dashavatar from the same Gita Govinda. I hope you enjoy the depictions of all of Vishnu's avatars. Thank you so much. Haribol.
Chari have another round of applause for Shreyas and her beautiful dance performance? So now we have an interesting thing, just a couple of things just in regards to the venue here tonight. Everybody knows that the restrooms are just outside here, and you can also go through this way here. With parents with children, please control your children, especially with the cutlery. And also, if someone is standing up, please be mindful of other people, that you're blocking the view. So if we could have that, that'd be really good. So now we have the great honour. Is Shruti Kirti here yet, or? No? Shruti Kirti and Hari Sori, and also two ladies, are going to have a little bit of a question and answer session. So I would like to call, hang on a tick. I don't know if Shruti Kirti is here yet or not. Obviously not. Okay. So we might do that a little later, and we'll just go on to something else. There's the remembrances of some of the devotees that were here and couldn't come tonight. So I'd like to read out some of their homages, and maybe we can get those photos up if you wouldn't mind. 3 photos of the devotees that couldn't be here tonight, and they'd like me to read out their homages. And then we'll wait for Shruti Kirti to come, and then we'll do the question and answer session. Got him? Okay, so this one is first. Everybody knows this personality. It's Ram Prasad. And he asked me to read this out. Sometimes there are moments in our lives when everything changes. Something can happen that completely redirects the course of our lives. One day you're going along a particular track, and the following day everything is different. For me, that moment was a Sunday afternoon that I attended a feast at Melbourne Hare Krishna Temple. It wasn't actually the beautiful temple we're standing in now, spacious and grand, but it was a much humbler building that was the forerunner for Radha Vallabha's current address. But still, it was a Melbourne temple that changed my life. In 1972, when I first visited the temple, it was housed in an elderly, narrow-fronted 2-storey terrace on the inner city street of St Kilda. Number 14 Burnett Street had a sign on the 2nd story that said Hare Krishna Temple. The devotees I met that Sunday afternoon were carrying on a tradition started by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada himself very early in his creation of ISKCON. He had started inviting guests to what he called the love feasts. I recently heard Mukunda Maharaj, who was present with Srila Prabhupada in those days, wondering how Prabhupada even came up with that term, love feast. Of all the ways to present Krishna's people, why did Prabhupada choose that way of attracting people? Perhaps he had seen how taking prasadam together was so transformative to the hearts of his small flock of early devotees. With this transcendental vision, Prabhupada singled out and encouraged his practice of inviting guests to experience kirtan and shared prasadam. I personally experienced the effect attending a Sunday feast and can have a life-changing effect. At that time, I visited the most experienced devotee at the temple that could have only been practicing for no more than 5 years at most. And nearly all the temple devotees were very much more younger. And yet there was an enthusiasm and a camaraderie that I'd never experienced before. Srila Prabhupada's potency was such that he could pass on this enthusiasm to spread Krishna consciousness to his young devotees, even on the other side of the planet, here in Australia. The temple room in that early temple was only the size of a small sitting room, designed to accommodate perhaps a small family. But here we were, mostly young guests, packed into a small room and looking at the deities on their altar, only a metre or so separating. There must have been at least 40 or 50 people somehow crowded into that room, and the crowd spilled out to the hallway. The kirtan was, to my ears, simply from another planet. Who'd ever heard singing like this before? People experiencing an ecstasy that didn't exist in the outside world. Drums pounding, kartals ringing, and voices all calling out, Hare Krishna, in unison. And overlooking the whole scene, the deity smiling lovingly to the crowd. Within a month, I had moved into the temple as a new brahmachari, and the transition was extreme. My life changed from one of a wayward, hedonistic artist designer to a celebrated monk living in more or less a brahmachari had lived for centuries. A cold shower at 4 a.m. in the morning, chanting japa in those magical early hours, then heading out to perform Sankirtan in Melbourne city streets each day. The schedule was packed. One day, we just rolled into the next. As the years progressed, we informed that Srila Prabhupada would visit Melbourne Temple near the end of 1972. Or was it early 73? All of us younger devotees who had never before been in the personal presence of Srila Prabhupada were caught up in the preparation for his visit. A fresh coat of paint everywhere, a new tiled floor in the deity room, advertising posters arrayed all around the city. Suddenly, we were faced with the reality that this person who we talked about daily, quoted from, and whose instructions we followed was actually going to be here. Finally, the day arrived, the word instantaneously spread amongst the devotees, and Srila Prabhupada had arrived. As Prabhupada entered the small temple room, he brought with him an atmosphere. He was enveloped by some sort of out-of-worldly aura, and his presence carried with it the certainty that this philosophy was doable. We might have intellectually understood the principles of this philosophy, but still within each of us the same old mind chattered away with its with its desires and dislikes. He was effulgent in saffron silk, glowing with radiance. I certainly never seen that before, and he wasn't at all weighed down by the day-to-day inconveniences or problems. The Melbourne Hare Krishna Temple might have resembled an aging inner-city Victorian-era terrace house in an area that had been left behind in the exodus of the suburbs. But under Prabhupada's direction, a small band of young seekers had come together to attempt life-changing exercise in completely doing away with the normal trappings of secular Western life. We were a close-knit band of followers who, in the normal scheme of things, would never have dreamt of living together. But here we were, cooperating despite so much inconvenience, and with one common material goal. We were working together, following the instructions of this venerable Indian holy man who, despite being vastly superior and senior in years and experience to all of us, could somehow touch each one of us intimately and inspire us to try for something higher. And just as Prabhupada instructed us in the myriad of intricacies that made up the Vedic culture, he explained that he in turn was following the instructions imparted to him by his guru from the saints in the line who had gone before. Despite us having squabbles and petty differences that come with youthful egos, when Srila Prabhupada entered the tiny temple room that day and sat on the Vyasasan, when he looked around at all of us and asked, "So is everything all right?" Not one of us could think of a single problem. Srila Prabhupada was superbly confident, utterly convinced of his mission, and he gave off an aura of being in touch with a dimension that was much higher than specific localities, immediate concern and temporary difficulties. The little temple back then, which was one of the early outposts of Srila Prabhupada's worldwide movement, has morphed into the grand structure that Melbourne Hare Krishna Temple today. But our purpose hasn't changed: to welcome guests, give them a little taste of the sublime sweetness that is serving Krishna. I offer my heartfelt thanks to the Melbourne Radha Vallabha Temple, and to the inspired bhaktas who lovingly serve them for giving me this wonderful opportunity that comes with this human form of life. Hoping to remain your servant, sincerely, Ram Prasad Das. Haribol. So the next one, I've only got 3. The next one is from our dear friend Alalanath. Dear devotees and guests, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Please accept my most humble obeisances. On their recent visit to New Govardhan, my good friends Bhakta and Bhakti Prabhu asked me if I would share a few reflections on joining your Melbourne Mahaprabhu Mandir almost 50 years ago. I received an invitation to attend the opening of the temple in 1975, but couldn't make it. Fortuitously, I did manage to fly from Perth to Melbourne. Not long after, and upon completion of 4 days in the ashram, I decided to join up, as we used to say. I always considered ISKCON Melbourne my spiritual home, as it is there that I made my major life-changing decision, which I have never regretted. By the mercy of the Vaishnavas who were there at that time and took the trouble to enlighten us, we are still on the path half a century later. Their Lordship Sri Sri Gauranitai, Radha Ballabha, Jagannath Baladev and Subhadra stole our hearts just as I'm sure they've stolen many of yours. We weren't destined to stay in Melbourne for long, however. As soon as we joined the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, travelling Sankirtan parties, selling Prabhupada's books all over Australia, and fundraising to pay the mortgage on the Melbourne Temple. It was always wonderful to come back to Melbourne Temple, sometimes after weeks away, to see the deities, honour their Mahaprasadam, and help Korma cook the Sunday feast. And Korma's kirtans in those days were also unforgettable. In conclusion, I humbly thank you all for maintaining so nicely this important Srila Prabhupada Tirtha, the only one in Australia, and the only one in Australasia actually, on behalf of His Divine Grace and His legion of followers here and around the globe. Melbourne Mahaprabhu Mandir Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, your servant Alalanath Das. And this is the last one. Some of you may know Russell Trickey, the Reverend Russell Trickey. Dear devotees, I'm very sorry that due to prior commitment, Shyam and I are not able to attend this auspicious 50-year celebration of Melbourne Mahaprabhu Mandir. Shyam and I received Srila Prabhupada's grace to serve Lord Chaitanya's mission at Melbourne Temple for 10 years. During that time, we developed many wonderful friendship and received so much mercy. All glories to all the devotees who serve and who have served in Melbourne Temple, and Shyam and I send our obeisances and love to you all, Radha Damodar Das and Shama Manjari Dasi. Ki Jai. So now, I'm still not sure if Shruti Kirti is here. Oh, this is one other thing, yeah. When we were up at Govardhan, we saw, anybody tell me who this is? Lagudi. So Lagudi was also here in Melbourne Temple, and he said, make sure you tell everybody to have a good time. So Lagudi was an amazing personality. Oh, you're here, fantastic. He was an amazing personality in that everybody saw how beautiful the fascia of Melbourne Temple is at the moment. And right up the top there is Prabhupada House. So Lagudi, when they were building the temple, he told me that actually the house used to be called Dank's House, D-A-N-K-S House. And it was a heritage listed building, so you couldn't touch anything. That didn't deter Lagudi. Lagudi got up there with a chisel, chiseled off Dank Street, the name Danks, and put Prabhupada. So the authorities weren't happy with that, but what could they do? There it was. Now it's Prabhupada House, and it's a heritage building. So Lagudi also wished everybody a wonderful time here, and he offers his obeisances to all of you. So Shrutikirti Prabhu is now here also, so I'll get my assistants to move the chairs up. And we're going to have a question and answer system. And I'm going to ask Sukla also and Rukmini, Rukmavati Devi Dasi, to also come up, please. Up on the stage, Prabhu, yeah. There's a little video first while they're setting it up. Yes, please.
Mercy, we have installed the deity here in your country. We are very fortunate that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to your country to teach you how you become free of all anxieties. This is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. Everyone is full of anxiety, but everyone can be free from all the anxieties if he follows the path chalked out by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. As people are followed in this age, the method also has been offered very simply. They have been recommended simply to chant the holy name of God. That's all.
So they've had a preview of the questions I'm going to be asking. You didn't? Okay. So the first question, and I'll ask each of one of you just a small reply on this question. Can you take us back to that very first day of the installation of Sri Sri Gaur Nitai? What do you remember most vividly about opening of the temple at Melbourne? Sukla, can we start with you perhaps, and we'll just go down, and you've got the microphones there?
Jai Haribo. Well, I can take you back a little bit, 2 days before. Can I go back?
What's most
well, actually, I
vivid
can
for you?
go back a week before. It was pretty... I'd been brought over from New Zealand. I was head pujari there for a while, and because I looked after Prabhupada's room and did his washing for the last or his visits, Madhavisa sort of brought me over to look after Prabhupada's room. So we got there was a few New Zealand devotees came over, and we were in chaos. Everything was in chaos. We were preparing the temple room. It was sort of undone. Everything was crazy. I was setting up Prabhupada's room. I made the asanas for his bedroom and for the asana and the Vyasasana cushions. I was getting everything organized. But the day before was absolutely spectacular. No one slept for days. No one was sleeping for days. And Bhabi had everybody in the temple room finishing up some of the things. I remember painting the lotuses in the columns at like 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. But we just kept going and going. But everyone was so excited that Srila Prabhupada was arriving. And then the day of the program, I think Prabhupada went on a morning walk, and I was doing the room, but everyone was just getting ready. It was chaos, and it was pretty much excitement and chaos getting ready for the deities to arrive.
Thank you, Sukla. No pass the buck. So what do you vividly remember on the first day? What did you vividly remember?
That's a good question. I can, what can I say honestly? As Prabhupada's servant, I don't remember very much about the opening of the temple. My services wherever they went, which many openings of temples, many deity installations, but I had a certain service. We just had 50th anniversary of the opening of Krishna Balaram Mandir, the installation of the deities. And it was funny, both Daiva Shakti and myself she says, all I know is I was in Prabhupada's quarters cooking for him. And for me, it was kind of the same thing. These were my services, were cooking for Prabhupada, massaging him. So I was always just in the background of doing things. One thing I'd like to say at this point is about Madhavisa. Madhavisa Maharaj, you can call him Madhavisa Prabhu. That was my observation. If you want to know what I know about the opening, it's that everything that happened here, so much of it was just due to his presence and his great love for Srila Prabhupada. And, I'm really seeing more and more, too, that he really connected with the devotees here in Australia. He very much had the same type of nature, Madhavisa, he was ecstatic, his kirtans were wonderful, his service attitude, he was so eager. Prabhupada came here, right, 6 times. Because of Madhavisa. I was with him, I had the privilege of being with him in Los Angeles while he was staying there towards the end of his life. And he came up to me a few times, and due to his illness, and he asked me what Srila Prabhupada did, what medications he took, if he took medications, if he did this, if he did that. And I told him that, actually, Prabhupada he wasn't into Western medicines, we all know that. And Madhavisa just wanted to serve Srila Prabhupada. He just wanted to please him. He was ideal disciple. And every time I would come here, I saw how much love Srila Prabhupada had for him. So if I have to say anything about the opening of the temple, it's how proud Srila Prabhupada was of Madhavisa. And it was wonderful that we both had the opportunity to travel to Vrindavan together just in Prabhupada's final months. And Prabhupada was so happy to see him again, after so many things that might have happened in the last few years or something. Prabhupada was just so pleased. And he was always like that with the devotees who opened temples, who took risks, took risks for Srila Prabhupada. And Madhavisa, Prabhupada himself called him the emperor of kirtan. And by his kirtan, by his wonderful kirtan, he obviously, we hear Bali Mridhan here came in the beginning. I know Upendra came here in the beginning. But it was really Madhavisa that came here and stuck it out and turned this whole yatra here into Australia what it is today.
Right.
So I guess in a short form, that's how I would answer that question. That's what I remember more than anything is Madhavisa's presence. You see here in the video, he's right there,
Yeah.
Srila Prabhupada, with Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada, he had a lot of confidence in him. He knew, when he came here, initiated devotees, as Kurma told us, in the temple for a few days in Sydney when he first came. Some were getting initiation, first initiation, and Prabhupada just in mass initiated everyone who was in the temple. Prabhupada himself wanted so much for this yatra, this Australian yatra, and I really feel that he had that confidence in Madhavisa that everything would go on very nicely. And just like I say so often, that all of us were here because of Srila Prabhupada. And I would say here in Australia, so many of you, you're here due to the hard work of Madhavisa Prabhu.
Right. Thank you, Prabhu. Rukmavati, what's the vivid thing that you remember from that day?
Oh, just intense anxiety. Everybody was running around in intense anxiety, but not a mundane anxiety, because we all just wanted everything to be done for Srila Prabhupada. For the day he'd come to open the temple. And I can remember, there was the, between Bhaskara Prabhu and Bhai Babi, there were often disagreements, or, they were in charge of different departments. Bhaskara, he actually the brother of Ram Prasad, who you saw up here just before, younger brother, he made the pillars and all of the lion heads and all those, all the decorations in the temple. They were made. He made a mold and cast them, and on the property. All of this was done right there. And also I would agree with Shri Kirti Prabhu that, yes, if you're asking me what I remember most, that is watching the interaction between Madhavisa and Srila Prabhupada, and just observing that interaction. And Madhavisa, he was an incredible organizer. He just organized us all, and continually for so many years. But what I remember the most is standing on the side where Lord Jagannath is now and looking through at the Abhishek, the bathing ceremony, and just watching the interaction between Srila Prabhupada and Madhavisa.
Thank you, Rukmavati. Harishori Prabhu, what was a vivid memory for your time? It should be, or otherwise just use the other one, that's fine.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
It's working.
Good. building up to Prabhupada's coming to open the temple, we had been in India for the opening of the Krishna Balaram Mandir. And I had observed the local brahmanas doing the pujas before the deities were put on the altar. And I saw that they were chanting different mantras, and they would make arm movements like this just to keep the rhythm, keep the time. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. I had no idea what it meant, but it looked good. So when we got back to Australia, then we had this, Prabhupada was going to Perth for 10 days, and we had that 10 days to try to get everything ready for the opening. So we were working very hard at it. And the word came that Prabhupada wanted the, what was that? Not Vishnu Sahasranam, what's the prayer?
Bhaskara?
There's a prayer, Purusha Shukta, sorry.
Yeah.
So that Purusha Shukta prayer was sent over. Somebody got a printout of it. And Prabhupada said that he wanted that to be chanted during the installation. So there was myself and I think 3 or 4 others. We were sitting in the center archway. Prabhupada was on the left, bathing the deities. We were down sitting on the floor. And when everything started, we started chanting the Purusha Shukta. And we just did it over and over again, not just once, but many times. And so as we were doing it, I was getting into it. So I started moving my hands like this. And I missed the whole installation. Because where I was sitting, you couldn't see Prabhupada or going inside. And I was so into chanting this Purusha Shukta, I never looked up to see Prabhupada until right at the very end. So when we finished, I heard later on that Prabhupada, when he went back up into his rooms, he had asked, who was that boy that was doing the arm movements? It was very, very good.
Thank you, Hari. Sorry. We may actually, okay, Sukla. The next question, again, briefly. What were some of the biggest challenges you and the devotees faced in establishing the temple? And how did the community come together to overcome these difficulties? So there were massive challenges, but you guys overcame them. How?
How were they overcome?
Yeah.
With enthusiasm. I just have to make one quick comment about Madhavisa and his absolute expertise. Just when Prabhupada was arriving, I was upstairs. Everyone had gone to the airport, and I was upstairs preparing Prabhupada's room for the arrival. And Madhavisa made me stand in the corner of Prabhupada's room for stood there for an hour waiting for the gate to open. And the moment the gate opened, I had to yell downstairs for someone to flick the switch, because Madhavisa had gone through the detail of having every single window and every single part of the building lit up with coloured lights, so that when Prabhupada walked in the gate, that I had to yell and the switch was turned on and the whole temple became illuminated. Wow. And then I raced downstairs to open the door for Prabhupada. And at first I watched Prabhupada's reaction, and he was just beaming and smiling that it was such a surprise he wasn't expecting. It was just the details that Madhavisa went through. And then I raced downstairs and opened the door for Prabhupada, and he was just so smiling and so loving of it. But just regarding getting it together, I mean, we all love Burnett Street. You know, Burnett Street had its charm. It was very austere, and but the idea of a bigger temple and having, you know, more facility was always exciting. I think a lot of people, we all did, you know, so many of us did book distribution to help get that together, and just the idea to do it for Srila Prabhupada. We knew Prabhupada wanted to have this wonderful facility, and I think that it's really just a combination of everybody wanting to please Prabhupada. That's pretty much the bottom line all the way through.
Thank you, Sukla. Can you add to that one?
My challenges for opening the temple.
Yes.
What I saw, of course, again, what was amazing how Srila Prabhupada, as this temple's being opened, other temples, Prabhupada continued with his daily schedule. There would still always be the morning walk. Srila Prabhupada translating in the morning. I guess it's just, again, it's, I see me here being for a few days, going to this program, going to so many different programs, and that's a challenge. That's a challenge for me. But I see Prabhupada, how he was just able to do everything and make it look easy. I never saw that he seemed stressed out or I have too much, how can I do this? Too much. He never seemed to have any anxiety. He just smoothly went through his day, every day. And when you were with him, every day was Janmashtami. Every day was an opening of a temple. Maybe a temple was being opened, maybe it wasn't. But as you see everyone dancing in this video, that's what it was like everywhere, every day where Srila Prabhupada was. Every day, everyone was in ecstasy because this pure devotee was in their presence and they hadn't seen him. Some had never seen him before. Some maybe got to see him for 1 hour, 2 hours here or there. So as soon as Prabhupada appeared, he was able to uplift, like I say, the whole world. I said how he didn't even have to raise his hands to make you dance, just by his look. And he would just lift his head like this on the Vyasasana, and everybody would be jumping up and down. So I see myself like coming here, and sometimes people think, you're this wonderful devotee, and you're just this very fallen person. And to be able to deal with that, that's a challenge. That's what's a challenge for me, is being perceived as something that you aren't. You're just this tiny little person still trying to do some service for Srila Prabhupada. And seeing how Prabhupada was able to absorb all of that affection, all of that reverence from everyone, and just calmly go on, every day. He would have his people coming in the evening. Whatever was going on with festival or temple opening, what it was, he wanted to preach. He wanted to preach to the local people. And then that's another thing. Madhavisa was very expert at arranging, seeing that he always had what he wanted, So that's a challenge for anyone, but it's something, as she said, he was very expert organizer. Someone said to me, I heard yesterday, they said, he never raised his voice. Like he never chastised someone for doing something. He just had this wonderful personality. I have some, of course, before Prabhupada came here, he spent that 10 days in Perth, Australia. So there, because that was a quiet place, where there were just literally 5 of us there in the house with Srila Prabhupada. And even there, every afternoon, Srila Prabhupada had someone to speak to. But there I have some recollections, because it was a much different atmosphere. What I liked here, which was so very special here, is there's no quarters for Srila Prabhupada anywhere that are like his quarters here in Melbourne. It's such a beautiful room.
Haribo.
And you go in there, and I love the love seat. You see the love seat. Who had a love seat for Srila Prabhupada? And he used it. He would sit in it, He would sit in it and use it, and he would talk to his guests there. And yet you see that spot I mentioned that. So this morning, that spot where he took prasadam, just this little tiny corner of the room with a little marble-covered table, and generally it would be a straw mat there, and he just sat there. Imagine, he had the whole world, Srila Prabhupada, but he never changed his way of doing things, that Vaishnava spirit, his humility. It was the same everywhere. No matter that thousands of us were falling at his feet, would have done anything for Srila Prabhupada. So that was my challenge all the time. And I'm sure Hari Prabhu knows. When you're with a pure devotee, you have a lot of challenges because we're not. And he was, and he happily tolerated us, and to him.
Right. Thank you, Prabhu. Rukmavati, can you quickly remember anything that was a challenge at that stage?
Well, I can only speak for myself, but certainly I'm not the person now that I was then. I was extremely incompetent. I still am incompetent, but I was very unconscious. I don't know any other way to describe it. But what I saw and I'm saying this because, in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years, in 40 years, you will also see a difference in how you're progressing in your Krishna consciousness. In the sixth canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 16, with the pastime of Kinchitaketu, where Narad Muni is giving him a mantra which he chants for only 7 days and starts reaping the results of it. But this mantra starts off talking about the Supreme Lord as Brahman, and then talking about the Supreme Lord as Paramatma, and then starts talking about the Supreme Lord as Bhagavan. And at that point, Srila Prabhupada's commentaries, they change, and he starts talking about the lotus feet of the Lord and how they're served by the very competent lotus hands of his pure devotees. But then he says in his commentary that this is very rare to be competent in service to the Lord, that most of us aren't competent. But that's okay, because our incompetence is accepted by the Lord and accepted by the pure devotee. And Srila Prabhupada, whatever we did, he accepted our incompetent attempts and it gave us mercy. So that's...
Right. Thank you, Rukmavati. Sorry, Prabhu. What's the question? What challenges were there to get this place opened up in the first place? You were right there.
Challenges to get this place open.
Yeah.
That one, there are so many challenges. You challenged yourself just to practice your Krishna consciousness and keep up with the standards that Prabhupada wanted. What to speak about challenges for other bigger entities, let's say. But the Australian Yatra, when Madhavisa arrived, was a little bit depressed. We were a bit strung out. We had no leader who really had a vision, like a broad vision. So when Madhavisa came, he came from India, and he'd been a sannyasi for about 4 years. And he really lifted the whole yatra up to another level. He got much more focus on what we were doing. He started the traveling Sankirtan parties. We had what we called the BBT party, and they were going out. The funds that they were collecting, that went towards buying the Melbourne temple. because, when I first joined in 72, we would go down on the streets and we'd spend all day long trying to sell some back to Godheads. And the big pickers, as we call them, would bring in about $8 or $10 a day. And the ordinary pickers like myself, if I got $2 or $3 for a whole day's attempts at selling back to Godheads, then I was happy with that. So you can imagine we weren't in, let's say, wealthy circumstances, but we were enthusiastic. But it needed a personality like Madhvisa. He was calm, cool. He had a way of engaging you, so you felt really happy. He knew that art of making a person feel that they were doing something significant for Prabhupada. So I'm always grateful that we had Krishna sent Madhvisa to help with this yatra. And he really put a stamp on it. So he came up with the idea. He wanted to get a proper place for the yatra. They were looking in Sydney and they were looking in Melbourne to find a place that he could call the Australian headquarters. So we heard the story already about the big convent on the seafront. We ended up getting Dank Street. But Prabhupada was very happy with it. He was very satisfied, although he did say it was small. But it was what we could handle at that time. And it really gave us a sense of being a devotee. So Madhvisa, he was very dear to Prabhupada. I had several conversations with him later on when he had a little difficulty. But Prabhupada, I'll give you one example. We had not heard anything from him for a number of months, Madhvisa, in 1976. In December of 76, Govinda Dasi, who came to India, she was in Hawaii, and she let Prabhupada know that Madhvisa was living in Hawaii. So I told this to Prabhupada during his evening massage. And I said, I got some information from Govinda Dasi that Madhvisa is living in Hawaii. And so Prabhupada, he said, get Jagadish. Jagadish was his secretary. And as he's receiving his evening massage, then he dictated a letter, first of all a telegram. My dear son Madhvisa, please come and stay with me. And then he sent a letter along with the telegraph. So that was his affection for Madhvisa. Many years later, I found out that he never received those communications. But I had occasion to, when I first became a GPC in 1977, I had occasion to find out some information for some legal stuff from Madhvisa. So I told him that Prabhupada wants you to come and stay with him. So he took that seriously. Sridhar, I think it was, you flew over to, Prabhupada was, I think, in Vrindavan at that time. So Prabhupada was really happy to see him. Don't worry about anything in the past.
Amazing.
Let's push on, move forward, adjust your ashram. No problem. Just serve Krishna, worship Krishna, chant Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Hari Sori Prabhu. While you've got the microphone, you may just hold on to that microphone and we'll work way backwards. Looking at how the temple has grown, you've seen the congregation that we have here and has grown over the last 50 years. What are you most proud of individually, and what message would you like to share with the younger generation of devotees that are gathered here about how to push on Prabhupada's movement?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Well, what can I say? Prabhupada made things easy. There's standards of sadhana. There's so many different ways of approaching God, through yoga or this discipline or that, impersonal speculations, etc. Prabhupada came in like a fresh rain cloud. He just sprinkled our hearts by giving us the Maha Mantra and clearing our hearts so that we could understand who is Krishna. I was telling this story the other day that when I read Prabhupada's Back to Godhead, at that time I was really having some psychological issues, existential crisis. And when I read Prabhupada's Back to Godhead, and Prabhupada said that God is a person, that for me was my epiphany, to know that God is a person.
So that's the advice that you're giving to the community?
Huh?
Is that the advice that you're giving to the community? Understand that God is a person?
Well, I'm just saying that Prabhupada was the only guru. It was just like a guru circuit. Muktananda, that little fat kid that used to call himself Krishna. There was Yogananda, there was this Ananda, that Ananda. And in the middle of all of that, Prabhupada was the only one that was telling everybody that God is a person.
Aye.
They're all impersonalists, all Mayavadis, dry as, you know.
Thank you, Prabhu. Rukmavati, Prabhu, what would you say to the young generation now 50 years on?
Well, I was kind of thinking about it all day because I was told different questions. But I can kind of weave it in. So, understanding why Srila Prabhupada, the significance of Srila Prabhupada installing Gaur Nitai. And he didn't just do it here in Melbourne. Srila Prabhupada installed Gaur Nitai all over the world, everywhere. And if you go to temples, particularly in Mayapur, you know, other, say, Gaudiya Mat temples, they very rarely have Gaur Nitai. They have, on the same altar, they have Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with Radha and Krishna. And this is something that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur introduced, this mode of worship of Radha and Krishna with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will give us Radha and Krishna. But Srila Prabhupada, unlike his godbrothers, he didn't do that. He installed Gaur Nitai on a separate altar from Radha and Krishna with Nitai, with Lord Nityananda. So, and to understand that, younger generation, you have to understand the goal of this Krishna consciousness movement. And this is explained in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. The first several chapters, all of the chapters in the Adi Lila, but the second verse of the Chaitanya Charitamrita is Krishnadas Kaviraj is offering his obeisances not just to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu but to Lord Nityananda as well. And then in the following, say 11 verses going up to verse 13, he explains why he's offering his obeisances to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which is because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is not an incarnation of Vishnu. He's not the effulgence of the Lord. He's not the Paramatma manifestation of the Lord. He's actually Bhagavan. He's actually full of six opulences. And it's him who we want, is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that Lord, person, as Hariswari Prabhu said, the person, the full Bhagavan who we want to have in the innermost chamber of our heart. And then Krishnadas Kaviraj goes on to explain about Lord Nityananda Prabhu. Why is he offering his obeisances to Lord Nityananda Prabhu? Because pretty much Lord Nityananda Prabhu is the same as Lord Balaram. So everything else is coming from Nityananda Prabhu. All of the expansions, all of the incarnations, all of the even Krishnadas Kaviraj says he's even the master of the illusory energy. So if you want to conquer the illusory energy, who do you go to? The master. He manifests all the rasas that Krishna partakes in, all of them. Shanta, Dasya, Sakya, Vatsalya, Madhurya. But he's also the manifestation of Guru. And it seems like Srila Prabhupada was giving us Lord Gaur Nitai, Lord Nityananda, because this is Maletya Desh. We're not in Gauda Desh. We're not in, the whole Western world. Srila Prabhupada specifically said Australia was Maletya Desh. But the whole Western world is Maletya Desh. So what is it that, who's going to take us to Lord Chaitanya? Who's going to take us to Radha and Krishna, Lord Nityananda, or the manifestation of Guru? And
Thank you, Rukmavati Joy. Hare Krishna. And Shrutikirti, what's the message you'd like to give to the younger devotees?
You want me to?
Yeah.
Okay. You see this video we had. I watched the whole video. It was about 20 minutes or so. You gave the short version of it. I guess there were a few hundred devotees attending that festival. And they were all local Australians. All local Australians. It's wonderful here. I went to 6 different programs in the last 3 days since I've been here. They took me here. And it's all very wonderful preaching work. Just like Prabhupada said to Dhananjaya when Bhaktivedanta Manor had begun, and Dhananjaya said, should we preach to the Indians? And Prabhupada said, they're already Krishna conscious. He said, preach to the local people. You all come. You go to one program, and boom, you'll start chanting rounds, start coming to the temple. I don't mean this in any critical way, but the younger generation, it's your job to do what a handful of people did here 50 years ago. There's millions of these Aussies. You can say you're Aussies now too. Some of you were born here, but you have your heritage, just like I come from an Italian family. But we had to meld into the society. So I guess what I'd like to say is somehow don't segregate yourself from the rest of Australia. If you really want to see Prabhupada have a big smile on his face, make these local people devotees. Making one another devotees, it's not difficult. Prabhupada said that. He did that when he went to Africa. At that time, I remember, he saw in 75, he saw the Indian community, and he was giving a lecture, and he literally saw Africans outside looking in windows and things, and he said, bring them inside. Prabhupada went there to preach to them. So you're youthful, huh? When we joined, Tribhuvanath, temple president, 17 years old. I was 3 days in the temple. They made me a temple commander. And then I was in charge of the Pittsburgh Spiritual Sky Incense just after joining the temple. Temple president's 18, 19, 20 years old. I see in this community super intelligent devotees. Use that intelligence to increase the number of devotees, not just within your own community, but extended community. And I also see, just like Gopal Krishna Maharaj, 20 temples in Delhi. You can have your Melbourne West, Melbourne South, Melbourne. Don't be afraid to expand. So many devotees here. Huh? You expand. You don't need to rent a place for tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, have nice communities all around, all over Melbourne. That's my message, and I think Prabhupada would be very, very happy. This is what made him happy. Can I tell you one short story? Is it okay? And it's not about Australia at all. It was about the devotees couple that went to Hawaii back in 1970. Prabhupada sent these young people all over the world. And he sent the one couple to Hawaii. And they started the temple there. In 1972, the temple president sold the temple, took the money, and went to the Big Island. It wasn't Mother Visa. Anyway, he went to the Big Island and he bought himself a farm, started his own community, completely left ISKCON society. And I was with Prabhupada in 1975. He had been gone all those years. They abandoned the temple. They left all the Tulsi plants. Prabhupada was furious. He even said they left Tulsi Devi there. Pure devotee, left her there. And when Prabhupada went to Hawaii in 1975, almost 3 years later, he asked Guru Kripa, he was the GBC, I was Prabhupada's servant. He said he wanted to go to the Big Island. ISKCON had just bought their own farm. He said he wanted to go see the farm. Guru Kripa didn't let me go on the trip. He went with Prabhupada himself to the Big Island. When Prabhupada got there, he didn't want to see the ISKCON farm. He knew that this devotee was on the Big Island. He said, I want to go see him. They couldn't find him. Prabhupada came back 2 hours later. He literally went there to find this devotee. So then, a few days later, passed. I'm massaging Srila Prabhupada outside on that veranda above the entrance area. There was a nice spot Prabhupada would take his massage. The sunshine was there. And this devotee showed up. Or we would say this bloop devotee, ex-devotee, long hair, looked like a mane, wild hair, big long beard. And he came into Prabhupada's room while I'm giving Srila Prabhupada massage. And I'm behind Prabhupada, massaging his back. And this devotee, and he had very deep eyes, He was, I guess you would say he was Scorpio rising, this person, very intense devotee. And he came in and he just sat down before Prabhupada. Didn't offer obeisances, nothing. He just sat down. Prabhupada was happy to see him. And he looked at him. Prabhupada looked at him. This person who took money. And then Prabhupada said, what offense have I made that caused you to leave? He didn't say anything, this devotee. And Prabhupada said, what have I done? He said, why have you gone? He said, what do I have to do to bring you back? And he just looked at him, this devotee. Prabhupada had tears in his eyes. Guru Kripa was on the other side looking at Prabhupada crying. He said he saw Prabhupada crying. And again he said, what offense have I committed? Obviously Prabhupada didn't commit any offense. But he said, what offense have I committed? He didn't say anything at that time. And then finally Prabhupada said, okay. He said, you could go. And he got up and left, this devotee. Well, I'm still behind Prabhupada. And Prabhupada said, he's a big rascal. He said, but I love him. Later on, 1977, this devotee showed up from the island, came to Prabhupada. He was so happy to see him. He brought his partner at that time. Prabhupada initiated her right on the spot. Right on the spot. You open a temple for Srila Prabhupada, your future is very, very secure. So all of you have to work together. We have to come here because this temple is, first thing Prabhupada said, right? This temple is too small. He said it 50 years ago. It's a challenge. But as you're asking, everything, if you're not taking a challenge in Krishna consciousness, what are we doing? You always said, Krishna consciousness is not about a comfortable life. What's the word the devotee used the other day in the class, Just to be comfortable in Krishna consciousness. The way to get Krishna to come see you is take a risk. Prabhupada was always ready to take a risk. So that's my advice to everyone, all the youth, the up-and-comers. Take a risk for Srila Prabhupada. Take a risk for Krishna. You'll be noticed, and he'll take care of you. Like he told Japan, whoever opens a temple in Japan, Lord Chaitanya personally will come, take him back to Godhead. Sudama said, I'll go. That was it. So raise your hand and do it. Hare Krishna, thank you.
Jai. Shri Kirti Prabhu, thank you very much for that. Sukla, can you top that?
Repeat the question, and I can't beat that.
The question is, what advice do you give to the younger generations after 50 years' experience in Krishna consciousness?
Well, for number one, at first I have to say how wonderful Melbourne Yatra is, and that they've maintained it so beautifully that Srila Prabhupada would be so happy to see the way it is right now. Everything, the deity worship, it's just a credit to everybody, and he'd be so, so happy. One of the things that I really remember, what you're talking about, making new devotees, Hare Nam, Hare Nam is, we used to go on the street from 9 in the morning till 6 at night with Madhavisa every single day. And then, then some of us graduated to major book distribution, or Pujari work or whatever. But Hare Nam is the one thing that will bring people in. You can't stop. They will stop and they will look and they will see. And then I think that's one of the most major things I can say. Chanting, hearing of Hare Krishna. You cannot beat the names of the Lord. And I think it was one of the things that brought everybody. I remember, when I first I joined pretty quickly, but I used to run around the streets of Melbourne looking for the Hare Nam party. I would hear them and I'd run to find where they were, So it's such an important thing. And also one little thing that I had with Srila Prabhupada, because I went when I was initiated at Radha Ballava's to look after help Radha Ballava at that installation, and I went upstairs to take initiation for first and second from Prabhupada, and I was too busy looking at Srila Prabhupada's ear to hear him say Gayatri, because it was just fascinating. And Prabhupada said, repeat, and I said, oh, Srila Prabhupada, I can't, I didn't remember a thing he said. So the last question I ever asked Prabhupada in 1976, the last time I saw him, was in a temple room, and I was sort of concerned because I wasn't getting time to read or chant, well, I was chanting, but I didn't get, my service was pretty intense. I didn't get time to read, remember, chanting, hearing, all of the above, and I said to Prabhupada, what is the most important? And he goes, hearing. And I thought, did he remember that I didn't hear all those years ago? But, it was so clear. And that's the thing. That's the potency of chanting on the street, hearing, reading, remembering the books, everything. And when you're reading Prabhupada's books, you're hearing. It's there's audio books you can hear everywhere now. And I think that's it. And also this community spirit that you're saying, no segregation, definitely getting out amongst people and making friends. We were, the thing that brought us and bonds us together after all these years, we were a real family. Right. We were in Burnett Street. I mean, I was in the room with 10 other women. I left a fabulous house with my mother in my own room to go into a corner, and live with maybe 10, 15 women in the same room. But those memories and that family community was so important. It's binding us today. And everybody here, we're already a community, but yet expand it. Expand it. That's the best thing I can say. Expand it, chant Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Sukla. So I'd like to thank these wonderful guests up here. We've learned so much from them. Thank you so much. I dearly appreciate you coming all this way and instructing us a little bit on how to
He had plenty of money, and he shipped in Italian artisans and plasterers from Italy, and he built this beautiful home. At this time, 1875, even though of course it is fully developed at this stage, but at that time it was just sand dunes, rolling sand dunes, all the way from St Kilda to Port Melbourne. And it resembled a miniature Sahara desert. It was actually a tourist spot at the time for people to visit. It was like a desert. The judge's mansion, this building behind me, was the only building for miles. And it was built on a military road which was known as Emerald Hill Beach. The area was known as Emerald Hill Beach, and it commanded a beautiful view of the ocean. The local people, they considered that since it was built on sand, it would sink into the sand after some time, which, of course, it didn't. The judge lived there. He had stables and all sorts of facilities there. And as I said, the magnificent sandstone building, Mr. Sandstone Building, it didn't sink into the sand dunes, but it survived the judge and his family. After Judge Mowat passed away, the imposing building behind me then became the property of a famous manufacturer of irrigational windmills named James Alston. And by the turn of the century, that is the turn of the 20th century, this newly constructed beach road was in place. This was called Beaconsfield Parade. And by then, Beaconsfield Parade was a viable access to the area. And by then, Danks Street also existed. After Mr. Alston passed away, his widow bequeathed both of these buildings, Barbad House and this temple building, bequeathed them to the Catholic Church, who then transformed buildings into Our Lady of Mount Carmel, or boys' school. This was the boom of the Catholic Church, and they were constructing and developing many buildings at the time. The newly added brick buildings, that is the temple room building, became classrooms, and Mont Alto House, which was the original name for Prabhupada House, became the home of the priests, and it was their chapel. So, Mont Alto House was an excellent example of residential Victorian Italianate architecture. This was an extravagant style which had grown in popularity at the time. It was a symbol of prosperity, and it had all the beautiful features, as you can see here, that a little bit, of course, as you're fully aware of, these triple arches, pronounced bay facade, corniced eaves, gables, upper veranda, ornate balustrade, tall circular columns, Corinthian capitals, lofty ceilings, elaborate rosettes, deep handcrafted cornices. These beautiful features, of course, have been preserved. Let's shed some more light. So one day, I'll get back to that. Let me continue. Prabhupada House had achieved historical prominence, and its imposing architectural features warranted the National Trust of Australia to grant it historical building status. And because of this historical building status, the property developers were unable to use this property, and it became Krishna's property. So, by the time Srila Prabhupada was in Perth, as I mentioned in the last recording, Srila Prabhupada was staying for 10 days in Perth while the construction and development of the Melbourne Temple was reaching its climax. The devotees had fully restored the original architectural features within and without. And the National Trust were very appreciative that we had not desecrated any of the original features. The only things that we had done to change the original features was to put tilak on the face of the Renaissance-style ladies' faces that you'll see on the front of the building. And we had placed a golden chakra on the roof, and we had changed the wording of the name of the building from Mont Alto House to Prabhupada House. But apart from that, the building now shone in its original brilliance. Some envious neighbours had some interactions with the devotees in the early days, but authorities in South Melbourne were very happy with what we had done. So for 6 months, the devotees were working very, very hard to bring this temple up to standard before Prabhupada's visit. There were male devotees living on site and labouring very, very hard to reach the deadline, which was, of course, Prabhupada's arrival. They only had 10 more days. So the larger of the two buildings, which was Prabhupada's quarters, was set aside, as I said, for Prabhupada's rooms, offices, and a kitchen, and this building needed particular care. So the devotees spent many months perched on ladders and scaffolds. They practically lived on ladders and scaffolds. They sandblasted the entire building, relocated external plumbing fixtures, replaced old mortar, rotten wood, and repaired all the ropes and weights in every counterweighted sash window. You may have seen, if you had the original volume of my book, what the building looked like when it was purchased. It was certainly not as beautiful as it is today. By the time the Catholic Church had endured many decades of the traversing of young boys in the boys' school, it was certainly pretty much trashed. So 25 rooms in both buildings needed major work. Almost every inch of wall space was filled, sanded, repainted, new panes of glass were fitted, a fully functioning kitchen was installed, bathrooms were built from scratch. So, this brings us to Saturday, 17th of May, 1975. You may calculate that that's one day before 18th of May, 1975, which was the day of the opening of the temple. What happened on that day is that Srila Prabhupada arrived from Perth. We'll turn that down a bit. Right. So, when Prabhupada arrived from Perth, in fact, he had an entourage, and these were the first devotees that had accompanied Srila Prabhupada to Western Australia. There was Amoga Prabhu, Jayadharma, Sriman Shrutikirti, who was Prabhupada's servant at the time, Paramahamsa Swami, and Ganesh Das. They were greeted at Melbourne Airport with a huge kirtan and exuberant greeting. This was just the day before Prabhupada opened the temple. While Prabhupada was in Perth, a focal point of the construction was the temple room. This, as I said before, was a previous double science room. The temple room and the deity room were two classrooms with a wall in between. Unrecognizable today, of course. In fact, one day I recall some old schoolboys from the school visited the temple, and they were absolutely gobsmacked, astonished, in fact, at what we have done. Madhavisa Swami actually spared no expense, and he shipped in 3 huge carved marble thrones, which is now the deity altars. They were in pieces, in boxes of little pieces, and we glued them together. They originally had come from Jaipur, and the temple room itself was just a wooden floor. The wooden floor was removed. No, in fact, the wooden floor was not removed, but holes were cut in the wooden floor. Brick piers were built, and concrete was poured into the holes. That's the now temple room. We, devotees, had built everything ourselves except the marble floors. We had Italian workers come in to place beautiful, gorgeous marble on the floor, white and pink marble from Greece and Italy. You'll notice the beautiful lotus-shaped inlay in the middle of the temple room. That's green Pakistani onyx. And these beautiful Rajasthani columns were constructed by Vaibhavi Devotee and Bhaskara Prabhu. And these are the archways in the temple and between the temple and the deity room. Vaibhavi Devotee, empowered by Lord Sri Krishna. These carved lotuses tipped with pink adorned the bases, and each of these was topped with a roaring lion's head relief. All this was there when Prabhupada arrived. The floor was not polished when Prabhupada arrived. There was no time. But after a short time, the marble was polished and it became ecstatically, transcendently effulgent. So, Bhaskara Prabhu and his team, the brother of Ram Prasad, who's I think in this picture, but I can't find him at this point, he built beautiful, he arranged for the building and constructed parts of the gates himself. They were cast and established as the formal boundary between the kirtan hall and the temple room. Cast iron doors were built to complete the demarcation. Sparkling chandeliers were hung from the ceiling. These are not the original chandeliers that you see today. There was another set of chandeliers from India. So, as the week of Prabhupada's arrival drew near, van loads of devotees arrived from Sydney and Adelaide. The last few days and nights were intense. Devotees recall that they didn't sleep the last few nights, and they hung heavy purple curtains, paintings in the temple room. They wired the chandeliers, they cleaned and prepared Prabhupada's quarters. They tended to hundreds and hundreds of other small tasks in those final hours before Prabhupada's arrival. On the very last morning before Prabhupada's arrival from the airport, Sri Radha Vallabha, Sri Radha and Krishna, Lord Jagannath, Lord Baladev, and Srimati Tulsi, Srimati Subhadra Devi Dasi were placed in a vehicle and they were driven from the St. Kilda temple and they were brought to their new home in Danks Street. This was the very last morning before Prabhupada's arrival. And of course, missing at this point in my description were Gaur Nitai. Where did Gaur Nitai come from? Well, we'll talk about that in a moment. So Prabhupada arrived at the temple, the sun had set, both buildings were in darkness. Prabhupada stepped out of the car and then, as pre-arranged, someone pressed a switch and all the lights went on, including beautiful coloured bulbs which adorned the property. Hundreds of coloured bulbs, and Prabhupada placed his hands together and smiled wonderfully. Beaming with pleasure, accompanied by loud kirtan, he entered the front gate and he was showered with rose petals from the veranda above this picture here. That veranda, ladies showered him with flowers. Prabhupada entered the portico through the door into the opulent entrance hall of this building. The floor glistened with glazed Italian ceramic tiles. The delicate blue and crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. I presume it's still there at the base of Prabhupada's stairs. That was a gorgeous piece. And he noted all of these things as he entered. The carved cedar handrail and banisters had been freshly polished. Prabhupada looked impressed as he slowly walked up the steep, red carpeted stairs to the upper floor. As Srila Prabhupada paused at the top of the stairs, Madhavisa stepped forward and opened the white door to his room, and he noticed all the beautiful, tasteful refurbishments. Large Belgian-style rug, the original rug is still there, very expensive Belgian rug, in the center of the highly polished parquet floor. He noticed all these beautiful features, the glazed, the stained glass windows, the heavy powder blue velvet drapes, they're still there, of course, the matching walls, blue and white, Prabhupada's favorite colors, the ornate antique ebony chaise longue, and he turned to the devotees with a look of humble, childlike innocence, and he said, "Is this all for me?" Prabhupada later spoke with Madhavisa. He said, "This is a very nice house. What is the cost?" And Madhavisa replied, $185,000. Srila Prabhupada, $185,000 would not buy you very much today. So, Sunday, 18th of May, 1975, Inauguration Day. This was the formal inauguration of the new temple and the installation of Gauratai. As I said, Gauratai had not been seen by the devotees. They were they were on the altar, but they were wrapped in cloth, and no one had seen them. This was by February 1975, Prabhupada had already installed Gauratai deities in 3 other major temples around the world, Caracas, Miami, and Atlanta. And today, they would be installed here in Melbourne. These deities were unique. These were, at the time, the largest deities of Gauratai, made of Astadatta, 8 metals, ever to be cast in the history of Bengal. Ever. Each deity weighs 270 kilos. It takes 6 men to lift each deity with difficulty. So, after the casting of these deities in Calcutta, they had been buried in sand for many weeks to cool them down, and then they were floated by barge down the Ganges. They were transported to Calcutta, and they were shipped to Melbourne. There were fears that the deities would not arrive in time, but I remember one day a flatbed truck drove in the backyard equipped with a crane and deposited 2 huge wooden crates in the backyard. This was Gauratai, and they arrived in time. With much effort, we moved the deities, removed them from their crates, and carried them across the courtyard to the deity room, where they were placed and wrapped. Still wrapped, and they were placed still wrapped on the altar until Prabhupada's arrival. So, on the morning of the 18th of May, Prabhupada was ready to come down to the temple. There were some delays. Eventually, by this stage, 4 hours late, there were hundreds and hundreds of guests who had been invited. Excuse me. And all the devotees practically in Australia had come to Melbourne at that time. All the devotees that existed in ISKCON Australia had come to Melbourne. We had also invited neighbours, workmen who had helped with the construction, local dignitaries, the mayor, friends, relatives, of the devotees, they all had squeezed in the temple room. Prabhupada was going to personally install the deities. He entered the deity room at this stage. He came down the stairs wearing shiny saffron silk. You may have seen these videos of Prabhupada at the installation day. Hopefully they have been shown or will be shown at the festival. They were taken by William Kerr, who was the celebrated photographer who had photographed many hours of Melbourne footage. So Prabhupada entered the deity room. The doors were still closed. The ecstatic kirtan resounded in the temple room. The deities would be bathed, but of course they wouldn't be lifted into bathing tanks because they weighed 270 kilos each. And so Prabhupada arranged at that time, with his ingenuity, blue towels were placed in front of the altar to catch the Abhishek liquids. And he placed them in a V shape directly in front of the altar. And he noted that some of the items were missing, so he sent devotees. We were running like little rabbits to find missing items, extra bowls and ladles. It was time to start. So then, while the doors were still closed, I was fortunate enough to be in the deity room at this time, along with the other pujaris, and Srila Prabhupada and Madhurvisa Swami. The cloth was removed from the covering of the deities. The deities were astonishingly beautiful. Prabhupada stood palms together, gazing reverentially at the golden bodies of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, who were very strongly built with powerful arms, stalwart chests, huge hips, large, broad, and very thin waists, the classic symbol of beauty in the Vedic paradigm. They had huge, large lotus petal eyes, bordered by strikingly dark eyebrows. Their arms were raised, encouraging everyone to chant Hare Krishna, and they smiled beneficently. So the conches blew, the doors opened, the devotees saw the deities for the first time, they gasped in ecstasy, they struck with wonder, they offered their obeisances and danced like mad fellows in the temple room. Devotees were chanting Purusha Shukta, and the proceedings began. As you note in the video, Prabhupada poured ladlefuls of bathing liquid over the head of Lord Nityananda, and a few moments he indicated for Madhurvisa to assist by bathing Lord Chaitanya. The kirtan grew in intensity. Liquids glided down the beautiful forms and touched their lotus feet. Then Prabhupada and Madhurvisa poured warm water for rinsing the deities, and all the while the Abhishek of Gaunitai was recorded for posterity. Then Prabhupada indicated for Madhurvisa to mop up. He stood with a slightly tilted movement of his head that the doors should be closed so the deities could be dressed. As I said, I was very fortunate to be there. Prabhupada asked for kopins. Where is the underwear for the deities? We didn't have any. Someone tore up a piece of satin curtain, and that was actually Paramahamsa Swami, which was almost impossible to tear, but we managed it. And we placed some underwear on the bodies of the deity, and then the beautiful clothes that had been purchased in India were offered to Gaunitai. Two pujaris were there, Dwaipayana and myself, Kumadas. And we dressed the deities in beautiful, bright-coloured dhotis, covered with gota and silk and all sorts of jewelry. And then we placed golden ornaments on the Lord's chest, and we placed crowns on their head. Dwaipayana reached to offer tulsi leaves. Meanwhile, Srila Prabhupada was sitting in the corner next to Lord Nityananda on his chadar, and he was right next to us, watching everything we did. While Dwaipayana reached to offer tulsi leaves and flowers on the huge, beautiful lotus feet of Lord Nityananda, I dressed Lord Chaitanya. Prabhupada leaned over and he said, pointing, place them between the feet. So the tulsi leaves should be placed between the feet of Gaunitai. The cooks had spent many days preparing the feast. The feast was brought in. Prabhupada personally bowed down, and the other pujaris also bowed and rang bells. Then after the offering, the kirtan, the arati took place. Prabhupada stood and he personally offered the arati ceremony to Gaunitai, and two other pujaris, I can't remember who they were, not myself, performed arati for Radha Vallabha and Jagannath, Baladev and Subhadra. They were watching Srila Prabhupada out of the corner of their eyes. This was the first time that a three-man arati took place, and they noted Prabhupada's beautiful, graceful, fluid movements, and ecstatically the temple erupted in beautiful kirtan, as I said. Then Prabhupada stepped out of the deity room and he chanted the auspicious Mangala Charana prayers. When he stepped out of the deity room, he went to the back of the temple where there was a fire sacrifice already set up, and he intoned the Mangala Charana, glorifying the previous spiritual masters, the Supreme Lord and his associates. Grains were distributed. He chanted Svaha with every successive oblation of ghee. Guests and devotees threw their grains into the fire, and he reached into the microphone and chanted the auspicious concluding invocations. Melbourne, Hare Krishna Mandir ki jai. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Avirbhava Titi ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Thank you very much. And then Prabhupada rose and left for his quarters. The fire sacrifice was going to be concluded by other devotees, and he was going to offer the beads at another day for the initiations. Prabhupada was very pleased with the day. Madhavisa recalls in his memoirs, it was a glorious day. It was the culmination of everyone's hard labour and of everything that had ever gone on in the Australian Yatra since those early days. This was a record in the history of Australian ISKCON. It was the first temple that we actually owned and not rented. Almost every devotee from the entire zone was there. The largest number of devotees that had ever come to a temple at any one time were there. The most beautiful deities, the most gorgeous temple, and of course, Srila Prabhupada was there. It was a shining success. Prabhupada was very happy with the sincere work, and he later sent a letter saying, from the photo, it appears, because we sent him a photo after the marble had been polished, everything appears very nice, he said. I'm very glad. In Melbourne, Australia, who dreamt that there would be such a nice temple, Radha Krishna, and that local men would be worshipping? And still, anyone who is sincerely serving, he will get inspiration how to do it very nicely. Krishna is there in his heart. As a child, he said, when I was going to the neighbouring Malik temple, I was thinking then, when will I have such a nice deity to worship? Now Krishna is so kind that I am establishing so many nice temples all over the world. All temples in Melbourne, London, Paris, Bombay are all very nice. Everything is very bright and brilliant. The deity is proof. Excuse me. The deity is proof of the sincere service. Excuse me. So I thank you for listening. Prabhupada wanted to see that these temples be maintained very nicely, and of course they are, including the beautiful Melbourne Temple. Thank you very much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hare Krishna. So for the next part, we have a beautiful song from assorted selection of verses from Gopavrindesh Prabhu's Vilas Kusumavali. And as you know, this is a book of beautiful verses in 8 chapters. It's a beautiful poetic work. Srila Rupa Goswami in the Padyavali, there is a beautiful work about what happens when we sing songs glorifying the Krishna, the son of Mother Yashoda. Aho aho bhirna kalir vidhuyate sudha sudhara madhuram pade pade dine dine chandanam chandra shitalam yasho yashoda tanayasya giyate. So this verse says that those who sing songs glorifying the son of Mother Yashoda, aho aho bhir na kalir viduyate, they are not plagued by the influence of the dark age of Kali Yuga. Rather, at every step, they are submerged in a flow of sweetness which is sweeter than the sweetest nectar, and experience a peace which is more enlivening than sandalwood paste and moonlight. So this work, can I have the next slide please? As you would see, this is a title page. This is a garland. Kusumavali means a garland. Vilas is past times. So Prabhu has written this work. You will see these are 8 flowers. They have been depicted in a very artistic way. And each of these logos represent one of the chapters. Krishna, this is Gauranitai chapter, Krishna, Jagannath chapter, Shaligram chapter, Lotus Feet of Krishna chapter, Srila Prabhupada as the Paramahamsa, and Sankirtan Mission, the contributions of ISKCON Melbourne over the last 50 years, and this bumblebee is representing the prayers that Prabhu has individually and collectively on everybody's behalf offered in the book. So now we have this beautiful song. Can I also have quickly the next slide? The book is very beautiful. I'm sure a lot of devotees have been coming to the temple for so many years. Prabhu has written many beautiful descriptions. This is one of the pictures in the work which introduces us to which form of Shaligram Bhagwan resides where at the altar. And this has all been described in a very beautiful poetic way. So I would encourage everybody, if they can get a copy of the book from Mother Mahalakshmi there at the book table. A quick shout out to the team. Mother Yamuna Sundari is here somewhere. Yamuna Sundariji, I can't see her. So she has sung the song. Shamal Prabhu here, he has worked non-stop 25 hours, he's burned the midnight oil and put a very beautiful video together. Dijaraj Prabhu and Dijay Pitambar Prabhu, they have choreographed the videos and the pictures. And of course, our dear Gopavrindesh Prabhu is the writer of the work. So without any further ado, I'd request that we play the video now. And these are selected verses. One devotee from Atlanta, Tejas Chavan, he's the composer of the music. So please enjoy the beautiful Vilas Kusumavali bhajan. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
पाश्चात्यलोके कर्तुं पृथ्व्या निज परिज दक्षिणार्धे वन्दे दीनोऽखिल गुरुमहं भक्तिवेदान्तदेवम्.
Following the compassionate instructions of his esteemed spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada disseminated the divinely merciful teachings of Sri Gaurachandra far and wide in the Western world, all within a very short period of time. Having accomplished this monumental task with deep compassion for the fallen conditioned souls, Srila Prabhupada then sent forth his own disciples to the southern hemisphere. Although fallen and unworthy, I offer my humble obeisances to Srila Prabhupada, the spiritual master of the entire world.
हेमाभं श्रीचरणकमलं दुर्विभाव्यानुकम्पां कुर्वन्तं तेन खमणिवराभाङ्गुलीवर्गुपात्रम् नित्यानन्दामृतरसमयं मञ्जुमञ्जीरनादम् वन्दे स्निग्धं पतितशरणं देवयोगीन्द्रवन्द्यम्.
O Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, O Sri Nityananda Prabhu, your golden, effulgent lotus feet, which bestow inconceivable mercy, have toes as beautiful as lotus petals, radiating the brilliance of jewel-like toenails. Your lotus feet are saturated in the nectarian bliss of dancing in Sankirtan, accompanied by the sweet sound of ankle bells. I offer my humble obeisances unto your tender lotus feet, worshipable to the demigods and the great yogis, and which serve as the refuge for the most fallen souls.
सुश्रोणीकौ करिकरपृथुरुस्थलौ पीवराङ्गौ व्यूढोरस्को धृतकरयुगौ प्रोलसत्कम्बुकण्ठौ मालाहाराभरणवलितौ कञ्चुकालम्बिगात्रौ श्रीगौराङ्गावहमनुभजे
The golden forms of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Prabhu have thighs like the trunk of the finest elephants. They have elegant waists, broad chests, and strongly built limbs. With arms raised high, their effulgent necks resemble radiant conch shells. Draped in resplendent dhotis, kurtas, and shawls, they are adorned with beautiful garlands, necklaces, and jewelry. I worship Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Prabhu, following in the footsteps of great devotees.
आर्द्रोत्फुल्लं कमलनयनं दीनपूर्णानुकम्पम् राजद्बिम्बाधरवरपुटं भ्रूयुगं चातिरम्यम् भ्राजद्भालं विमलतिलकं चोलसत्कण्डपालीं चित्रोष्णीशं तमनुकलये कुण्डलं चारुकेशम्.
O Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, O Sri Nityananda Prabhu, you possess eyes like fully blossomed lotuses, moistened with the deepest compassion for the distressed souls of this world. Your eyebrows are exquisitely beautiful, while your gorgeous lips resemble vibrant bimba fruits. Your effulgent foreheads are marked with pure tilaka. Your lustrous cheeks are adorned with enchanting earrings, while your beautiful hair is decorated with multicolored turbans. I meditate upon these captivating features of your lordships.
Shri Radha Vallabha Vibhumain Biphratim Pushpagucham Ramyam Vame Swakara Kamale Dakshine Vanyamalyam Pashyantim Tam Paramakaruna Purna Drishtya Swabhatan Vande Devim Swavaradakarad Sadvaran Sandadana.
Here, Srimati Radharani is adorned with a beautiful bouquet of flowers in her left hand and a garland of forest flowers in her right, intended for her beloved. Glancing upon her devotees with eyes filled with utmost compassion, she bestows her eternal blessings upon them with her benedictive hand. I offer my most respectful and humble obeisances unto the effulgent form of Srimati Radharani, the dearest of Lord Vallabha.
Shri Radhaya Vadana Kamalam Snigdha Sintura Kantim Satkaushyam Varamukhapatam Chitravarnola Santam Nanaratna Bharana Mukutai Malati Mallikadhyai Pulleir Malyeir Valita Malakam Bhavayeham Vichitram.
Srimati Radharani's lotus-like face glows with an exquisite, lustrous vermilion dot on her forehead, veiled in fine, shining silken cloth of various colors. Covering her hair, the wheel is adorned with various jeweled ornaments, a crown, and an array of flowers, including different types of jasmine and other floral garlands. I meditate upon the splendid decorations of Srimati Radharani.
Shrimallakshma Vrajamridurajo Ranjanam Padamulam Sadbhirdhyeyam Nakhamani Rucham Sanguli Angulikam Sanmanjiranchita Kalaravam Manjari Manjupadam Dhyayamaste Nikhila Karunam Padmanilabhrashobham.
O Lord Vallabha, the soles of your lotus feet, adorned with beautiful, auspicious marks, enchanting the soft dust particles of sacred Vrajabhumi, are the ultimate object of meditation for great devotees. Those charming lotus feet, graced with fresh tulasi manjaris and with lustrous toenails, are decorated with toe rings and ankle bells resounding with melodious notes. We meditate upon your resplendent feet, the complete source of all mercy, shining with the radiance of a lotus and of the hue of a deep blue rain cloud.
प्रसृतरुचिराभाङ्गुलीयाङ्गुलीकै वक्त्राम्भोजा तव विगलितः प्रोज्वलत्पाणिजैर्यः वंशीनादो खलु स भगवन् नाममन्त्रस्वरूपः श्रीराधावल्लभ मम रुचिं देहि दीनस्य तस्मिन्.
O Lord Vallabha, your elegant fingers, decorated with rings studded with exquisitely radiant jewels, shine with your lustrous fingernails. The sweet melody of your flute, flowing from your lotus mouth and played by your graceful fingers, resonates with the same spiritual essence as your holy name, the transcendental Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. O Lord, please bestow upon this wretched soul some genuine taste for that divine sound, your holy name.
श्रीवक्त्राब्जं तमति करुणा पूर्णविस्तीर्णनेत्रा द्वन्द्वाम्भोजं स्मर शरहर भ्रूविलासोलसन्तम् मन्दस्मेराधर किसलया न्यस्तवंशी सुनादम् श्रीराधावल्लभमनुभजे भालपीतोद्वपुण्ड्रम्.
Lord Vallabha has a lotus-like face that has expansive eyes filled with immense compassion. His playful, effulgent eyebrows defeat Cupid's arrows. His celebrated flute, resting on his budding lips, which are graced with a soft smile, produces melodious sound. His forehead is marked with a yellowish upward tilaka. I worship Lord Vallabha, following in the footsteps of great devotees.
चित्रैर्लसितवदनं मण्डितं गण्डदेशम् उन्नासं ते कुटिलकबरीं चुम्बितं कुण्डलाभ्यां कर्णद्वन्द्वं तदनुकलये शोभनं चातिरम्यम् श्रीराधावल्लभ मम विभो देहि मे दासदास्यम्.
O Lord Vallabha, your glowing face and cheeks are adorned with splendid face paintings. You possess a finely shaped, raised nose, and your 2 ears, decorated with earrings, shine with extraordinary beauty, kissing your radiant cheeks and curly locks of hair. Meditating on your wonderful features, O Lord Vallabha, I humbly beg for service at your lotus feet as a servant of your servants.
दीनार्तैका भयपदयुगं कञ्चुकालङ्कृताङ्गम् नानाभूषापदकसुमनो मौक्तिकोष्णीशशीर्षम् बर्हाश्रीकं विमलतिलकं शङ्खचक्रादिमोद्रम् वन्दे माल्याम्बररुचमिमं श्रीजगन्नाथदेवम्.
Lord Jagannath's lotus feet bestow fearlessness upon the suffering and downtrodden souls. His transcendental form is gracefully adorned with a beautiful top cloth, and his head is crowned with a turban decorated with brooches, flowers, pearls, various ornaments, and peacock feathers. His forehead bears the pure mark of tilaka, and his hands are marked with the sacred symbols of the disc and the conch. He is radiant with the splendor of his exquisite garlands and garments. I offer my humble obeisances unto Lord Jagannath.
सत्कारुण्यामृतपदयुगं दिव्यपूर्णेन्दुशोभम् वासोभूषं विकसितलसन्नेत्रपद्मं समाल्यम् चित्रोष्णीशं समुसलहलं चारुसङ्कोचिताङ्गं वन्दे नित्यं हलधरबलं रामसङ्कर्षणाख्यम्.
Lord Baladev's two lotus feet are endowed with nectarian compassion, and he shines resplendently like a divinely effulgent full moon. Having fully blossomed, radiant lotus eyes, he is adorned by fine garments, garlands, and a turban of various colors. Carrying a club and a plough, his beautiful form is marked by gracefully contracted limbs. I daily offer my humble obeisances unto Lord Baladev, the source of all strength, who is also known as Haladhara, Rama, and Sankarshana.
सत्कारुण्यां कुमुदनयनां काञ्चनाभावृताङ्गीं नानामालावलितमुकुटां पुष्पमाल्याम्बराभां नासाभूषां वरमुखपटां दिव्यलीलासमेतां वन्दे देवीं हरिभगिनिकां योगमायां सुभद्राम्.
Lotus-eyed Srimati Subhadra Devi is very compassionate, and her divine body shines with a golden effulgence. Her crown is decorated with various garlands, and she is radiant with fine clothing, an effulgent nose ring, flower garlands, and an exquisite veil. And she engages in divine pastimes. I offer my humble respects to Srimati Subhadra Devi, the sister of Lord Jagannath, who is also known as Yogamaya.
लीलाब्धि त्वत्पदपरिमला पूर्णसद्वाक्ययुक्तम् स्तोत्रं चेदं विविधगुणसद् रूपलीलादिमाल्यम् सद्भक्तानां मृदुलहृदयं भूषयेत् पाठकानां राधाकृष्णौ भजनममृतं वर्धतां त्वत्प्रसादात्.
Oh, oceans of mercy, Shri Shri Radha Vallabha, this glorification is like a flower garland woven from your transcendental names, forms, qualities, and pastimes, as revealed by the teachings of the great devotees in the disciplic succession, and thus imbued with the sweet fragrance of your lotus feet. I humbly pray that by your mercy, this garland may adorn the tender hearts of all sincere devotee readers, blossoming their nectarian service unto you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, everybody. It was absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. Another round of applause, please, for Gopa Vrindesh and his wonderful effort. So we have a capacity house. There are a lot of people that are standing over there. So if you have some seats close to you that are still vacant, can you raise your hand, and anybody that wants a seat, just follow the hands. Anybody that has spare seating, follow the hands. So wonderful to see everybody here today. Thank you very much. We're now going to be serving prasadam. Now there are various stations for the prasadam. Mother Mohan one is over here, and this is over there, and that is for these devotees that are in the VIP section. And then there are two serving areas at the back. Can I suggest that instead of everybody just piling on and going there at one stage, you go table by table, please. So once one table is gone and come back, the next table. Now, while we're doing that, good Lord, that's my wedding. While we're doing the prasadam, there'll be some really beautiful old photos and new photos of Melbourne Temple for you to enjoy while you're waiting your turn to go up and take your prasadam. We'll be serving prasadam for about an hour or so, and then we've got some other really far-out transcendental events that are going to be happening as well. So enjoy the meal. It is an old-style Hare Krishna feast. For those of you 50 years ago, cauliflower pakoras and everything cooked in ghee. It's a wonderful feast, so we hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much, everybody. Also, just one other thing. If you would like to leave a message of support and how much Krishna consciousness means to you, at the back of the hall, there are some gentlemen there that will record your appraisal of Melbourne Temple. Again, enjoy the meal, and we'll see you after the prasadam. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Oh, there's another station at the back over there as well. So there's 1, 2, 3, and for the VIPs, it's there. So make your way across, folks. I need the mics and everything set up down here for the kirtan. Thank you.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
I got it. I'll be heading back soon. I'll see.
You're taking prasadam. Can I have just your attention, please, for those who are serving prasadam? Those people that are not sitting at a table, and hence they do not have a plate in front of them, you have to wait until the people that are on the tables with a plate are served. So you may have to wait for about 15 minutes. You cannot come up to the servery and ask for a plate at this stage. This is only for the people that have plates on their table. Everybody okay with that? Jai, thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
One more thing. It should be one table at a time, because now when they get a plate, they can't walk back this much space.
Also, one table at a time, or otherwise it's just going to be complete congestion. So just one table at a time, just be patient. The prasadam is absolutely delicious, and I shouldn't be telling you this because now you're going to be more fanatic to get to it, but just be patient, stay at your table, wait, and then once the table is back, with prasadam, then you can go and get your prasadam. And come back to the table, yes. Thank you very much, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Vrindavan, right?
Can you believe it? You want to pop that one back in? Good girl. Thank you.
I think maybe this stand you can just pass here and start the kirtan. Okay, adjusting mics. Yeah, I'll just maybe stand here. Sorry, okay? Yeah. So please we can start. आपने लगाया वो किधर लगाया? ये किसके लिए? गिटार? ओके. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare
Everybody, while you're having prasadam, please, after you've had prasadam, please leave your plates on the table. I repeat, please leave your plates on the table. We will clean the plates up afterwards, but please don't carry the plates around, just leave the plates on the table. Okay? Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare
mic for all. Even mine don't have who's Karta se do you know? Thank you so much. Thank you माता जी बिना माइक के आपको इतना मेहनत करनी पड़ी इतना परिश्रम
Hare Krishna, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the prasadam tonight. It was more. You want more? So now we're doing just a little solemn part of the program. This is a remembrance of the devotees that are no longer with us. So if we can put the first one up. These are devotees that everybody have a lot of good memories for. And then after that, if you can handle it, we're going to have a recollection of some of the 1980 plays from the Melbourne Players. It's a compilation of the plays that we used to perform for the the temple. Here we go. In memoriam, Vaishnavas who have served in Melbourne Temple. Madhavisa Maharaj Ki. So we've heard a lot about Madhavisa and how he was instrumental in getting Krishna consciousness happening here in Melbourne in particular and in Australia. It's kind to remember him at this time. Wonderful devotee and sorely missed. This is Ananda Sagara. Again, he was the secretary for Melbourne Temple for a number of years. Wonderful devotee again. Great character, very jovial man. Ananya Bak. Hands up who can remember Ananya Bak? Who went to Crossways and saw and got fed by Ananya Bak? He was a wonderful, wonderful personality. And unfortunately also he left us too early. He did so much service. He would work from 4 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock at night. Just amazing person. This is Mahaguna Das. Again, a young devotee. Some of us can remember the early days. He was my very close friend. We came to Krishna consciousness together. Yugal Kishore. Who can remember Yugal Kishore? Again, all the oldies over here, they're all putting their hands. Yugal Kishore was a wonderful man as well. Who can remember Nrsingadev? Yay! So much loved by devotees. He was just an incredible, incredible personality. Sorely missed as well. Jai Nrsinga. And this was just recently. Jamuna Leela Mataji, she just passed away. Who remembers Jamuna Leela? Yay! She gave the best Bhagavatam classes out of all the devotees. She was just so knowledgeable. Every time there was a disappearance day, they would ask Jamuna Leela to actually give the class because she researched it so thoroughly. She again died much too soon. She was a wonderful devotee, but passed away in good Krishna consciousness. Amazing person. Who remembers Gandharvika? Yay! The wild lady of rock and roll in Melbourne. And she became a devotee. She was called the Janis Joplin of Australia, remember? And she was just such a nice devotee, really, really respectful and humble. There was a picture in the slideshows where she's looking at the deities, and she's completely mesmerized in the deities. So again, just a wonderful devotee. Nev, young boy from our family here at Melbourne Temple. Again, he passed away way too soon. Beautiful boy, and sadly missed. Who knows Prana? Great devotee, great teacher, wonderful devotee, gentle man, and his wife also is here tonight somewhere, and she is sad that he's gone. He's just a wonderful person. He did so much for the education of our young kids, both at New Nandagram and then later in different parts of the world. An educational genius, really, and a wonderful personality to boot. Bhakta Marco. Can you remember Marco? Too much sugar, Bhaktiya, he used to say. And Marco was an exceptional person. Every time he would come to the temple, he would bring a new girlfriend. And every time the new girlfriend became a devotee, Marco was without a girlfriend. So he would go out again, bring another girl in, and are any of Marco's girlfriends here? I'm sure there are. Jai Marco. He passed very well as well. Very nice man. Kadamba Kadana Maharaj ki! Now some of you may not know this, but he was also a resident of Melbourne Temple for a number of years as a grihasta. Him and his wife were here in Melbourne Temple. They did service here in Melbourne Temple. They performed Sankirtan. I think the first time Gyana Samudra took Maharaj out on painting Sankirtan. And the first place that he took him, I could be wrong, Gyana, but the first place you took him was to an abattoir. And he was completely shocked. This is what we had to do to earn some income for the temple. And Maharaj went on to bigger and better things, obviously. Jai Maharaj. Palahari, the great cook, was in the kitchen all the time cooking. Again, a wonderful man. Who remembers Puri? Puri was just the most surrendered soul you could ever meet. And Bhavananda at the time, who was the spiritual teacher in the GBC, said that out of all the candidates within Melbourne and the Australian Yatra, he was probably the best one qualified to take sannyas. This was our Puri Das. He's in a play in a minute. You'll see him in action in a minute in one of the Melbourne plays. And it just is a testament to how pure he is. Sri Gaura Das, again, a really wonderful Melbourne devotee, always very genuine and honest and reliable. Wonderful man. Sweta Dweep, some of the oldies. Can you remember Sweta Dweep? Such a nice man. Who remembers? Yes. Right, some of the old Prabhupada disciples remember Yaksha. Huh? Okay. Sarvaksha. I knew it sounded something like that. Okay, Sarvaksha. You made a mistake, Bhakti. Okay. David Kerr, Bhakta David, also recently passed a couple of years ago. He did a lot of service for Melbourne Temple. Wonderful devotee. Who can remember Jamuna Acharya? Bhakta George. George was again a Gurukul teacher, an ashram teacher, and also he was originally here from Melbourne. There's a funny thing with George. When we all lived in the same household together, and one day we decided we were all going to be devotees, so we said, okay, we have to shave up. Now George was a bouncer, and he was Greek, he was very much kind of in the bodily platform, and handsome sort of guy. And we were all shaving up, and I shaved up, and Parikit shaved up, and we all shaved up, and Jamuna was the last one. And I said, come on, Jamuna, your time to shave up. He said, oh, I don't know if I should. I said, why not? Yeah, we're all shaving up. We've got to shave up, you know. So we sort of grabbed him, Sad Booch and myself, and grabbed him, and we shaved him up, and then we realised why he didn't want to shave up. He had a flat top on his head. His head was flat on the top. And we cracked up. We were laughing so much. Look at George's head. You know? So he always grew a little bit of hair after that, if you noticed. He grew a lot of hair at the end. Michael, Bhakta Michael. Can everybody remember Bhakta Michael? Again, he did a lot of service at Melbourne Temple. He was, everybody know, what's his name? Galbally? Well, no, who's the big crime figure in Melbourne? Huh? Peter Gatto. Nick Gatto. Yeah. So, huh? Mick Gatto, that's right. So one day he said, hey, Buck, do you want to meet Mick Gatto? I said, yeah, why not? So we met in Melbourne at a coffee shop. And he was actually very favourable and was going to come to the temple and everything. So Bhakta Michael introduced me. It was like The Godfather. You know, you see The Godfather movie and they're sitting around in a cafe and he's sitting there with his cigar and Bhakta Michael comes in really sheepishly. Hey, Nick, this is my friend Bhaktadas, you know. Oh, this is Bhaktadas, is it? Oh, okay. So that was Michael. Who remembers Jai Prada? Sweet, sweet devotee. Such a kind-hearted, loving person. We were hoping Chakra would be here and some of the boys, but they couldn't make it. They're in Tasmania. But again, a wonderful soul, sadly missed, went too young. When she was in the hospital, the last thing she did was go around to all the nurse stations and hand out books and prasadam. At the very last moments of her life. Wasn't it a Chincharupa? She did that? Amazing. Sulakshana. Who can remember Sulakshana? Again, a wonderful devotee. Wonderful devotee. And these are some of the other ones. Sati Devi Dasi, Vilas Vigraha, helped on the Moomba floats, was a really young, charismatic sort of guy. Mahavishnu, again a Melbourne devotee. Hareshva, Harvesha, again a young boy. Now there are a couple of people that we forgot. Makanshaw, yes. Yukatida is another one. We forgot Yukatida. Sahadev was another one. And Sabhabati, in a sense, was also a Melbourne devotee because he was the first one that ran for a political office here in Melbourne. In God We Trust political party. So, who? Oh, yeah. Wow. Wow. Oh, that's right. I remember that. What a way to go. You have to say the story up here, but there's not enough time. Dumya is another one. Upendra, of course, Upendra. Yeah, very good. See, we missed out on a lot, Bhakti. So, anyway, they're all in our memory. We love them all. In 10 years' time, we may be on this list. But anyway, let's hope we're still all here. Yaso, was he in Melbourne? No, I can't remember Yaso ever being in Melbourne. Huh? Yeah, really? Okay. Oh, of course, yeah, the big drum. Yes, so. Anyway, this is a time to remember them. Thank you very much. Now we're going down memory lane a little bit. Melbourne was known for its Melbourne players. We used to have these plays which were a little risque. They're not the kind of thing that the Indian community necessarily do nowadays. Wasn't exactly Leela plays, but they were fun to do. We had more fun in rehearsals than we did on the actual play night. But they're interesting, and Bhakti made a compilation of some of the plays that we did for your entertainment tonight. I hope you enjoy it. Have a good laugh. Look out for Korma in a nun's uniform singing The Sound of Music. That one will crack you up completely, okay? So can we play that now, folks, please? And switch it right up.
Let's hear it for your host, Bruce Laney!
This is That's Impossible, ladies and gentlemen. This is the game show. I'll fill you in for those people that don't know what the show is all about. People writing and singing and ringing and everything to tell us how happy they are. That seldom found commodity. Happiness, the impossible thing. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Maltese Falcons, he's going to do a spin wheel pivot, a dive from the top here into a double somersault, reverse somersault, triple flip, into, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, a dab WebEx. What he's going to do, he's going to jump out the window, land in the WebEx, bounce up, come back up here, put a happiness machine on, $5 million, and that's it. I don't know if it's so happy. Ladies and gentlemen, will he do it? You can have that side complete from the studio audience, please. And drum roll, please. I'm going to be so happy. Excuse me, Mr. Can he talk?
He's conserving his energy. He's not talking. He has to digest a lot of Buddha. Hey, he can take more. Bring me the big bar. Bring me the big bar. There we go. This is it. Source of happiness, intoxication, like toxic wasting. No, Mr. Swami. A devotee of Lord Krishna, he doesn't need to take any intoxication to be happy. We are completely satisfied. We can see how harmful intoxication is, even if it's only taken in multiple amounts.
And one day you get your happiness through cheap thrills like a Maltese Falcon taking real
risks at every moment. No, Mr. Starkey. Actually, Krishna consciousness is a thrill at every moment. But of course, we don't gamble at all. No, especially our lives. But of course, serving Krishna, Mr. Leader, involves no risk. Maybe you want happiness for this little evening, Mr. Puri. Not exactly. So a devotee of Lord Krishna, he takes Krishna prasadam. That is, vegetarian foodstuffs, which are offered in love and devotion to the Lord. And when he takes such foodstuffs, his senses are completely satisfied. But I know, Bruce, I know where Puri Das gets his happy from. In love. You in love, aren't you, Puri? Oh, that's it, isn't it? Well, is it a pop star food? Well, actually, you're right. I do love it. I love a pure representative of God, and he can instruct us by his grace. We can also develop real love for Krishna.
That's amazing, ladies and gentlemen.
And that real love for Krishna, that is eternal and everlasting and completely satisfying.
I don't think we've ever had a person like you on the show before. Let's pop him on the happiness machine and see what we can do. All on there, Dolores. All right, here we go. Another one. Now so many coming back. It's gone bullets. Ah! Man, you're talking about language. It's gone bullets, huh? Well, you better give me another round because I think I'm going to make it easy. So it looks like Billabong Bangle. I cannot push you that way. So I'm going to do something much no. Bamboo shoots on your fingernail. Much worse. Chinese, what I got ya? Oh! This too cool. Much more severe. No! I'm going to sing. head of the bandwagons.
Oh, here you go again.
And President Marcos, my name will go down in history. Clinton Harbour, I'm calling you. Stand up, son.
I am standing up.
So you are. You know what I'm going to do now, boy? I'm going to put you 6 foot under. Well, look, you only need to dig 3 foot. All right, boy. This is a count of 3. I'm going to blow you away. Well, shucks, ain't that a bitch? Oh, we like guns in our people. Why, I'm as merciful and as compassionate as a brother's line spring time. And you don't have to take my word for it. Why, don't they can ask Miss Margarita how compassionate I really am. Yeah, wait for it. Hey, Margarita! Come on in, man!
I'm here. What time is it? Oh, 11:15. Time for a bottle of tea, what? Jolly good. My God, for the silver lining. Why, it's steak and black. I was blown up the fruit cake, and I was riding the water like if I was fighting lifeboat. I say, I was drifting home via 2 or 3 days. So I found the end of it. Totally and absolutely lost. Well, must give a step up a little bit. The treasure! It must be here! My God, it is here! Look! My God, I found it! I'm wealthy! My! 15 men on a dead man's chest. It's no be the best. Don't cross me now or you walk the plank. Me beard is copper and me breath is rank. Bring up that treasure, you scum of the sea. I want to see me some blooms and pieces of 8 and those diamond trinkets that used to hang off their necks for the sweet French maidens. Open it up and let me see. There be a visitor on our island who's discovered the buried treasure. The sharks are covered here. My name is Patrick here, and will kill our scum. There he be, point and behold
leadership. That's you. Yes, just right over here. I think we found them, Guru. William Slide Columbus walking in the flood? Yes, I am. I am really lost. We were coming from Plymouth. We're going to Plymouth. Yes, I know. I'm Sir Francis Duck. You could call me Ducky. Charmed, I'm sure. What is that? Oh, that's not the treasure. I'm sure. John Copperfield? Yes, it is. Oh, I can't believe it. It's all mine? Yes. manifestation of life. God, I wonder whatever happened to the old scum. Hare Krishna. What? God! Mate! How you doing? Oh, I'm a little bit messy, but I'm alright, mate. But there's so many like you. They've struggled real hard to get some name and position, and they've all had to turn off their pedestals. I mean, that type of fame is a waste of time. I mean, after all, it's temporary. It brings with it so much misery, so much hell. What's wrong with trying to get up there, mate? Trying to be a someone, you know? Get your message across, you know? Yeah, but what was your message, Spike? What were you saying? Well, that you gotta get the most out of life. You gotta squeeze as much nectar and enjoyment as you can, mate. You're wrong, mate. You're wrong, Spike. And you know it. I mean, look at you. I mean, is this your pleasure?
What's yours? My name is Hansen. That's amazing. What's amazing? What are you doing here in the forest? I'm trying to enjoy. Hey, Glockenspiel! That's what I'm trying to do too!
Everybody loves my gingerbread. You get the most enjoyment in this forest by eating my gingerbread. Why don't you try it?
Oh, the apple strudel like you!
Why nobody really? Just a harmless little grandma.
You know, Greta, you know that nice little old lady? Yeah? She's not so nice anymore, you know?
Right. She has become so mean. I just didn't have any time. No time! Nonsense! There's no time for any gingerbread, then is there?
How old are you now? Come on. I have to tell you the truth.
sorry to disturb the evening like that, but anyway. I had to let you see Korma singing Climb Every Mountain. I'll tell you, it was something else. Look, just before we go, can you pop the last slides on, please? And I just want to make an acknowledgement of the temple presidents that we've had here, for those people that are leaving as well. There are two temple presidents from 1975 to the present day. And the first temple president, is Balaram Prabhu. So he hasn't been mentioned much this evening. I asked Bal to come tonight or for the festival. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. But I just want to acknowledge the work that Balaram has done in setting up Melbourne Temple. He was an amazing personality, still is an amazing personality, still very Krishna conscious. He was involved in various aspects of Melbourne Temple operations, including managing the Hare Krishna explosion, which was happening in that time, and managing the transition of major events such as the temple participation in Moomba. You saw some of the slides that were there from Moomba. He opened restaurants like Gopal's and Crossways. He established farming communities, both at New Gaudadesh, and Harisori remembers the New Gaudadesh adventure that we had up there. Harisori had a great idea for the temple at New Gaudadesh, and it was going to be the Temple of the Tooth. Do you remember that, Harisori? Harisori has one of Prabhupada's teeth, and he was in Thailand, I think, and you saw that there was a temple dedicated to the tooth of Buddha. So, Oh, right. So at this farming community, which was 26,000 acres, it was the size of Manhattan Island. So this was our farming community, and we got that community to see if we could beat the inevitable World War III that was going to happen, and we would be so isolated that we wouldn't be affected by it. But Balaram oversaw that community, and he also oversaw the transition to New Nandagram, which is the temple that is now still functioning as the Hare Krishna Valley. He's also known for his expertise in managing and setting an example for future management. Mentioned his involvement in setting up the temple in the marble floor. We were talking about the onyx in the marble floor at the Melbourne Temple. Apparently Madhavisa wanted a black and white checked floor on the temple room, but they couldn't find black marble. And so Bhai Bhabi and Balaram found onyx, and then they formed this beautiful design that is now so unique in Melbourne Temple with the onyx and the white marble. Another thing that I wanted to mention was that he was a close friend of Gaura Mandala Bhumi. And what he told me was also that Gaura Mandala Bhumi nearly died in the construction or the setup of Melbourne Temple, because they had to lay concrete on the floor of the temple room, and they had supports underneath that were supposed to support it, and it didn't. And Gaura Mandala Bhumi was underneath trying to put the supports up, and the thing collapsed. And collapsed on him, and it could have been disastrous. We could have lost Gaura Mandala Bhumi. But anyway, he managed to get out, and they did the concreting. So he said, please mention Gaura Mandala Bhumi also and the work that he did for Melbourne Temple. And he did so many things. So he was very important in setting up a management system in Melbourne Temple. And we're so appreciative of Balaram for the many years of service that he did. Now, after him came Aniruddha Prabhu, and I'm going to call Aniruddha up in a minute. Aniruddha over the years has faithfully and competently maintained and established the temple activities with good cooperative management style, which he openly attributes this of the training that he received under Balaram Prabhu. Some of the most impressive additions that Aniruddha made at Melbourne Temple is that the temple became a spiritual education hub, with instituting various devotional courses like Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav, and all of them. And so many people participating in these courses. He also encouraged the growth of many Bhakti Vriksha centres all around Melbourne, as well as in some regional centres, which are usually successful in recruiting more devotees. Under Aniruddha's management, the increase in individuals seeking spiritual initiation has been amazing. And Srila Prabhupada's book distribution has reached stellar amounts, as you all know. I would like to now call on Aniruddha Prabhu to come up and give the closing address, which will be followed by a kirtan, if we've got time, for a kirtan headed up by our wonderful Pujari, Bhaktiman, if he's here, if he's still here. If not, somebody else can lead the kirtan. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here tonight. It was a wonderful occasion. I'm really appreciative of your attendance here tonight, and thank you to all the volunteers that helped set this up, the hard work that all the volunteers have done to make this such a successful 50th anniversary. It's amazing. I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope that all our guests were looked after nicely, which I think they were. And see you in the next 50 years. Hare Krishna. Can I call on Aniruddha Prabhu, please? Actually, give another round of applause for Aniruddha Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everybody. Well, everybody that's left, I guess you're going to be staying behind to help us clean up. Thank you. I'd like to, first of all, thank Achincha Rupa. Achincha Rupa and Kaushalyananda and Madhavananda and Kaushalyananda and Ojasvi's Bhakti Vriksha team from Hughesdale and Oakley, isn't it? Yep. They set up everything here today, and you know, we've had an amazing evening. It's not easy to feed and entertain 1,200 people, and yet that team managed to pull it together. Thanks to Bhakta Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Bhakta and I have had a long and, I think, checkered career. Bhakta is expert at organising programs and events like this, so I greatly appreciate the effort that he and Bhakti have put into arranging the program. I'd like to thank Manmohan and the kitchen team who have cooked and served incredible prasadam for our guests over the weekend. Hare Krishna, thank you very much. Bhaktiman and the Pujari department, I'd like to thank them for the incredible Abhishek that we witnessed this morning, which was probably one of the best we've ever experienced in Melbourne. So thank you, Bhaktiman, and those garlands of dried flowers, they were pretty incredible, just beautiful. I'd like to thank, well, everybody really, but especially we've seen over the last, I've been temple president for the last 35 years. We've seen, especially in the last 5 years, we've seen an incredible growth in our community. I think the economy, the turnover of the temple when I became the temple president was about $400,000, right? And we were consistently losing money, by the way. And our economy has grown now to, last year, $6.2 million of turnover. And I know a lot of you think, or maybe not a lot of you, but some think that we've got lots of money. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. but we made a loss last year. Despite an increase of $700,000 in our income, because we're feeding all of us, I guess, and you know what the cost of living is like, it's still quite a struggle to maintain what we're doing. But the number, there were 1,200 devotees. We had 1,200 seats set here. There was another 500 devotees outside, and we were also serving 500 devotees at the temple for the Sunday feast. Right? So we've witnessed, at least in the last 5 years, a Hare Krishna explosion in Melbourne. And in good part, that's our Bhakti Vriksha leaders and their cultivation of the congregation as we're witnessing here today. So a lot of growth, and of course with growth comes challenges, as we know. And so we've had I guess we could say we've had a very successful 50 years in Hare Krishna Melbourne, with the blessings and the inspiration of Srila Prabhupada, with the leadership of the many devotees who have helped us manage ISKCON Melbourne, the book distribution, the prasadam distribution, Harinam parties going out every week, the educational programs, the interfaith work that Bhakta and his communications team are doing. So we've had, I think, 50 years that we can feel some pride, I think it's fair to say. We tried to, as Bhakta mentioned, Karma and Balaram really set the standards for us, and when we took over, we tried to maintain at least the standards that they'd established. And I think we've done that. We've actually increased even the devotional in the Pujari, in the service that we do to the deities. So I'd like to thank all of you for your support. Thank Srila Prabhupada for inspiring us, and encourage everybody to continue as we have been doing. We've only been able to do this because of teamwork, cooperation, enduring the challenges. You know, the latest challenge that we're experiencing has come from our neighbours, some of whom are not exactly neighbourly, but you know, they're the least of our worries, actually. We're actually in a very strong legal position. We've also got support from the local community agencies. So the neighbours are not as much of a challenge as is the quantity of people that we're now engaging in our congregation and in our community. You know, we couldn't have celebrated this event at the temple, as you can see. So the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 20 years are going to be an exceptional challenge for us as we work out the steps that we need to take to gradually expand and increase what we've already achieved. So thank you, everybody. Thanks for staying. Right? And well, we look forward to seeing you at Janmashtami. Right? Janmashtami was 7,000 people in 2023, right? Or, yeah, no, 2022. Now we're celebrating Janmashtami in Wyndham, in Craigieburn, in Casey, plus at the temple. We did this so that less people would come to the temple. But have a guess what's happening? The same amount of people are coming to the temple, and the same amount of people are going to these other programs. So, oh, what a problem to have. So thank you, everybody. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Krishna